Happy Sunday fun day. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're doing awesome. We're going to play a bit of an unusual game today called Birth. I've seen like parts of it played once. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It was my goal to play it last October, which I did not get to do. So we're going to play it now. It's semi-spoopy, I guess. I don't know. So I've got kind of like some dark lighting today to kind of represent that. And I'm going to play for a little while and see how I feel about it. And you guys let me know how you feel about it. What do you think about this game? Have you seen it played before? Just tell me throughout the thing if you have like certain feelings about it. Just let me know because I am new to it. We're going to see if we like it or not. And learning a new game is always crazy, so we'll see how this goes as well. But I hope you're having a good Sunday and relaxing. All right, let's get started here. Oh, poke catch too, also, guys. If you're catching Pokemon today. Oh, is it not gonna work? It didn't work. It didn't poke catch when I pushed the button. Oh man, it worked all day the other day. And now it's gonna make me do it manually. I don't own any apparently, so maybe that's why. No, it's just not gonna work. I'm not allowed to catch Pokemon today, but that's okay. You guys can catch them. But if a legendary pops up, I'm gonna be really upset. Uh, let's see. Can I buy any? You don't have enough dollars. You don't have enough dollars. Apparently, I need to watch more people playing Pokemon community games because I can't do this. Sad. All right, let's switch over to the game. I think it'll listen and do that. Yay! It's kind of. Here we go. Okay. All right. I hope you can hear it okay. Probably turn it up a tiny bit. So, cassette. And then I guess I hit play. Interesting. I might have to turn it up so you guys can hear it better. Interesting. Okay. So let me look at my sound settings real quick. Since I've got a new computer set up, I'm gonna have to figure out how to make it where when I change screens, y'all can still hear the game. I forget how to do that off the top of my head, so I'm gonna game bar captures, game mode. Okay, we're just gonna leave this like this for now. Hi, Crisis! Nico. Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Okay, so that was easy enough. Now I'm guessing we pour it. I don't know. I'm gonna get stuck on the second request. Oh, there it goes. Okay. We just were pouring it wrong. Apparently we don't know how to pour tea or coffee. It's more like coffee. I'm gonna put the toast. I'm gonna put toast in the toaster. Okay. Ooh, here's our guy. That looks like his earrings. I don't know. Do we put stuff? Oh, this is where we make our character. What kind of face do we want? Kind of like that one. But that one has like eyelashes, so I guess that makes her kind of a girl. I like that one too. I don't know. We'll go with this one. I'm so indecisive. Indecisive. Not indecisive. Okay. What is this? Oh, we can have antler. Okay, yeah, we gotta go back to the... There we go. I want antlers. What do you want? Let's see. Have you seen this played before, Crisis? All the wares. Let's see. Clothing. What kind of clothing do we want? Necklace. A choker. A nose piercing. Maybe the choker? Okay. We'll go with that. Mute my phone. This is definitely a chill Sunday game, by the way, guys. So you could just lurk and listen. Okay, so we're matching patterns. Living in a crowded city makes me feel lonely. I will build a body. A creature. A collection of bones. A friend. A partner. I feel like this is also kind of a sad game. Like we're building something sad. I'm gonna move chat to the top so we don't. Actually, can I move it behind me? And move me? I don't know. I don't know where to put stuff. Maybe I'll put me over. No, I'm gonna leave. Yeah. Can I put me right here? And then put chat behind me. Hold on 1 second. I'm so picky about where I put things when I stream. Multi-chat, where are you? There you are. Come on, go down. Keep it on chat now. It is creepy. There we go. Okay, so we're just gonna do this. And yeah, let me know what you guys think about this game as we go along. It'll be interesting for sure. Oh, there. I gotta kind of like spooky vibes in the room too. Less light than normal and kind of dark. We're having a dark evening, a dark, relaxing evening. All right. A wet, warm heart. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Okay, so we're lonely. So we're building a body, a creature, a collection of bones, a friend, a partner, a wet, warm heart. Okay, so we're building ourselves a partner here. Oh, they need a spine. Okay. Oh, wow. So we gotta build the rest of the body, it looks like. Cool. Is this like our work table? It is. Look, everything moves. This is one of those games where I almost need to like put myself somewhere weird because I feel like no matter what I do, y'all aren't gonna be able to see some part of it. Like I need a sidebar with my face on it. Okay, so we have a cup. Oh, there's the city. Interesting. And there's the bag. Organs. Bones. A pocket. So goof. Welcome. What do we got here? He needs that jar. Which jar is that? Is it this one? Maybe we're gonna put the things in it? We're gonna put all the things in it. Can we put it down? I don't know. Nope. I don't know how to put the lid on. Maybe that's all I can do right now. Drink water. Got you. But hi, Firestorm. Hi, Shane. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we put the stuff in the jar. He still wants the jar, but like with the lid on it. How do I put the lid on? Maybe it didn't. Oh, maybe I just hit the circle. No! Let's start. Let's try again. I don't know what happens when they roll off the screen. Like a child trying to pour stuff. Okay, so. And then there's nothing there. And that's where we're building. Maybe we just have to come back to it. All right, so here's another thing. There's stuff laying around. Oh! Are we supposed to knock it off? You see nothing. Oh, there's more things. We're making a mess. Okay. No. I think we gotta find that container, and that container. Maybe there's 3 specific containers we gotta find. Hi, dreams. It's called Birth, Shane. Oh my jeez. Okay. So weird. It's basically like puzzle games. Oh, we collected that? Huh. Anyway. Yeah, that was bad. Let's try. Oh, we want everything to go into the second jar. Okay, so everything has to go into the second jar. I did something right. This art style reminds me of some horror games I saw trending on YouTube back in the day, right? It's a spoopy kind of vibe. Okay, so we did that. Oh, look, now we have 2 jars full of stuff. And so I bet if we come here, I bet there's 2 jars now. No. Oh, I can put that there. Oh, look. Things, stuff. No. Welcome, welcome, welcome. No, 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 no. Let's see. I need to find my activity feed thing again. Dun, 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 dun. Oh well, for now, we won't worry about that. I just need to make a note to do it. Computer setup things. But thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for the follow. Alright, so we have one more jar to find. Maybe it was up here hidden. I don't see it. It's not up here. Interesting. Oh. There's the cup. We found it. It was hidden. Yeah. Okay, so now we can go back here. I'll put this cup here. Okay. Now we can dump all the things. And it should be enough. It should be correct. I'll talk about it. Does it still count if you do it messy? I'm terrible at this. It still counts though. Okay. And now we're in here. I don't think I have to backpack all the way out. Okay. There's a bone in there. I'm guessing it's one of the bones we need. It is! We're building a partner, Shane. Okay. So we dried all these herbs. I wonder if that's like a new thing now. No. Desi! Welcome, Desi! And I know we finished this. I'm pretty sure we're done with this thing. This one, though, we really didn't figure out what we were supposed to do with it. I don't know. I mean, we can literally knock everything off. Just to make sure. I feel like a cat knocking everything off the shelves. It's stuck. I don't know. We got one stuck. There. There's like nothing. Okay. Maybe that's all we need to do, right? We already did that one. Bakery. do we have to make? Oh. What happens when they're all the same? Or do they just need to all be desserts or something? I wonder what combination it needs to be. Interesting. What do you guys think? Any clue? Cookies are always good. I do not want to disturb them. Oh. My brain is fried. I'm not good for puzzles at the moment. It's okay. I can't put coins in there yet because I don't have any coins. Oh, what do you got, Birdie? What do you have? Oh, a coin! We need that. So we can use the phone. Can I not, like, grab that one? I don't know. Six, 4, 5, 9. Okay, we can't forget that number, guys. 6, 4, 5, 9. But that was who we called. Okay, so when we need a number, a passcode to something. Stranger's apartment. Oh god. Why are we in a stranger's apartment? Oh, they're putting together a puzzle. Well, that doesn't work. Weird, it'll let me put stuff on top of stuff too. Can I rotate it? Or I just want to rotate it. I wish I could rotate them. Rando, welcome to the stream, Rando. I might have to come back to this one. Merry late Christmas. Merry late Christmas to you too. Aha! We found a fish. Oh, we weren't supposed to leave the apartment. We weren't done in there. Oh, we can put the fish in the tank. He goes in there. It won't open. There's a chest in there though. I'm guessing if we find all the fish, it'll open. It's been good. Thank you for asking. Working on getting all settled and moved in and back to streaming and hanging out with you guys. That is a bug. I don't think he's part of the okay, so we don't need that. We're done there. You moved into your new place? Yeah. Uh-oh, why is my camera fuzzy all of a sudden? There we go. Yeah, I got moved into my new place. I'm slowly unpacking everything now, so that is good. I'm starting to get settled and glad to be back, and this is my third stream since I've been back, so it's good. It's good. I'm slowly getting my computer set back up again properly. I still have some sound things to work on and a few stream features to work on, but it's good to be back. You guys have to let me know what you think about this odd, peculiar game. It's kind of cool to play this tonight. Oh, Hurricane Milton happened to my old house. So I was renting and I had to move because a tree fell on me. But it was pretty dramatic and I'm doing okay now though. So I'm safe and healthy. That's all that matters. Thank you, Shane. He's got a fish under his wing. Oh. I give him a bug. I get a fish. Nice. Then I could put these two fish in the tank. And that leaves one more fish to find. In this room. I don't think you can do anything with the lights other than just knock them around. We did the puzzle. Now we can check the bed? We're messing with the dude's hand that's asleep. And we already been in here. We already got the fish from here. And we completed this. Oh, there's a drawer here. We didn't open the drawer. Look at that. We completed the puzzle that didn't open the drawer. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. No worries, no worries. Poke catch if you guys are catching Pokemon. Yay! there's a tooth. We found a tooth. I think we can leave the stranger's apartment now. I think we finished this room. And then... Oh, there's a keypad. And we had a number. What was our number? 6459. Okay. So... 6459. There we go. If you could live in any anime for the rest of your life, which one would it be and why? Oh my gosh. Ooh. I'm just gonna pick the one I was watching today, cause my brain is tired. I'm gonna pick, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't pick the one I picked today, but there's something super peaceful and fun about it, and just good vibes. The one I was watching today was Fruit Baskets, and it's just like, there's so much love in that story, and then just so, it's just wholesome. I don't know how to put it. What about you, Rando? Okay, so we gotta paint. Ooh, what is that? Do we actually get to draw something? I don't know. And then... What is this? Maybe we have to fill in the whole canvas? I don't know. I didn't mean to put it away. We're gonna paint a picture. Not sure what we're painting yet, but we're painting something. And then... maybe like... Are those the only colors you can use? Uh-huh. You're not sure either, Rando? Just because I'm feeling like I got ran over by a truck at the moment, I would be nice to live in the world of Nekopara. Have a good cat girl to come home to. Oh, I did not mean to pick a different color. Yeah, these are the only colors I got, though. I just don't know. Maybe the goal is to fill in the whole thing? But it's not gonna let me fill in the whole thing. Like, some parts you can't touch. Were you able to get your ghost type evolution painting? Yes, I did. I do have it. I don't know what I'm supposed to be painting. It's a good question. Maybe it's a plant or something. There's lots of plants here. Maybe I'm supposed to make a plant. You can't control your brush size though. The only thing I'm not sure what to do with is this right here. Is that just to like... I'm not sure what that does. Maybe we'll figure out what we're supposed to do eventually. Coffee shop. Can't really interact with this person other than it looks like they're missing like 3 eyes. I wonder if they're in the gumball machine. Yep, there's an eye in there. I'm just gonna take all the gumballs out so I get an eyeball. There. Okay, so now we gotta find the other eyes. We gotta find 3 eyeballs. Oh, don't tell me there's an eye in that. Ew. This is incredibly confusing. Yeah, it's just a kind of a chill, relaxing, spooky puzzle game. It's a very interesting game. I watched people play it the other day, and it was just something that's kind of mesmerizing about it. Like, I just couldn't stop watching it. So I thought that was kind of cool. It'd be interesting to try. I was gonna do it for a Halloween for Spooktober, so... Okay, so what has she got? Teeth, moon, spider, button... Oh. Another puzzle. Nope. I feel like it's gonna be like that, and that's gonna be at the top. And where's the other straight edge? Right there. So we finished this. What happens though? Oh, so the acorns are working. That's a lot of question marks. And he wants whatever that is, so... I don't know. We're gonna... Okay, so now we have acorns. That's one piece of the puzzle. Thank you, Shane. I appreciate it. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I feel like different ones, like, you know, I don't have to get all the pieces in this place. This is just a place I'll come back to after I get more pieces, I feel like. You just have to remember what you need and what... Oh, wait. Hold on. And there was like certain recipes. He wants whatever that is, so... I can turn them off. Okay, okay. Alright, I turn it off. And... I need a tooth and a button to get the first one. A tooth. Oh, and a button. Gosh, this is harder than it looks. Ah! Does it show that it... Oh no, I didn't went too far. Did I accomplish that task? Apparently not. Oh, he has this symbol in his hand. I see that now. He wants the spider and the tooth. Oh my gosh. Okay. See that symbol? That means they want spider and tooth. Oh. And then teeth. That's the type of coffee he wants. Oh yay! Now he gave me an eyeball. I did something right. Okay. Now you can go back to this lady who needs an eye. And then she gives us a bone. Yay! We'll slowly get this figured out, won't we? Thank you for the lurk. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Poke catch. And then, what if I should capture the game on the screen too? I could. Oh, cancel. Let's see, capture. The game capture existing. It's gonna get big for a second. It's gonna cover my face for 2 seconds. There we go. So when I'm talking, then you got the little mini screen of what I'm doing too. There. Our ring escaped. Nobody caught it. It's gonna be a chill Sunday. I feel like a very chill Sunday. And then, all right, back to the game. So we still have at least 3 more combinations of things to get all the bones. And then we have to get all the organs to build this partner. Because she gave us a bone. So I feel like we're done. We're done in the coffee shop. Oh, there's somebody outside. There's the code for the bakery. Yay. Donut, cake, croissant. Got it. That's the key. Okay. Donut, cake, croissant. Yay, we're in the bakery. She's cute. Oh, there's little things stuck everywhere. Little circles. There's a missing spoon. Okay, so maybe we gotta find the missing doodad. Oh, it's your buddy. So this is another puzzle we have to figure out. Oh, we just needed the moon. Interesting. And okay, so we're gonna go back. We have 2 things that go somewhere. Oh, there's our spoon. Are these ingredients? Oh. I don't know what symbols I need. Interesting. So there's going to be a combination of symbols and then we're going to get something, but we don't know the combination yet. Oh, look. There's a ring? Cool. Some herbs. Oh. Can't do anything with... Oh, maybe. Oh. I kind of messed up though because I can't make a pattern with that. And I can't make a pattern with that. And that doesn't line up. And nope. Oh. It's like counting, maybe? I don't know. I feel like I'm just gonna keep moving stuff until I get it. And then I don't have one that'll match up there. Retail. Maybe if we start in the middle. Nope. Yay, 3-stream streak. There you go, Rain. Building that streak back up already. Alright, I feel like this has got me. Nope. There's nothing that matches that then. Nope. We might have to come back to this one. Whooper appeared. Oh, this one's out of place. That one can't be matched up on that side at all. So it has to be a bottom piece. This one can't match up on that side at all. So maybe I'm approaching it wrong. I have to look at what they can't do. You're so close. Thanks. Thank you, Dreams. I'm trying. I feel like it's a wallpaper nightmare. But see, then I can't match that with anything. It has to go down here. Hmm. Nope. Hmm. Is something else gonna give me a clue to this one? Because I don't know. I feel like we're gonna have to come back to this one because I just can't. It's like right there, but not right there. Did we do it? Oh, thank God. It took forever. Oh my goodness. That was painful. What is that? Oh, banana. Oh, is there a pattern to these two? Yes. Jeez. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter. It looks like it does. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's 3. 2. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. That's not 6. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. There we go. Now somebody's eating it. Oh. Is there a spoon there? No, we need that. There's the feather. Oh, she needs those shapes. There's the pattern. That's the pattern. Mountain squiggly snake and taco. That's what we're gonna call it. Mountain squiggly snake and taco. Got it? So, mountains. Squiggly snake and taco. Oh, there's the ring. Now we just gotta find the little plant thing. So what's left in the room that we haven't done? The spoon? We gotta find that spoon still. I swear I saw it though. Oh. Oh. They gotta be like they're not in the right order. Is that it? Oh, that's gotta be the knife. Super long. There we go. Aha! Making cookies, making cookies. Okay. That was too fast. Ooh, there's another alleyway and laundry room, but let's see where we're at. Yeah. We got more stuff. We unlocked a new area, but laundry map. It's a bug. I just gotta make sure I attach the right parts to the right things, right? I'll put the big legs in the back. Oh, these go right there, I bet. We're assembling a squashed bug. And got a piece of something. Okay. There's a piece. I don't think we do anything with this other than grab that piece we just did. Ooh. There's symbols. They tell us what to do where, so we're gonna need to know these later. Oh, we gotta put like a certain combination in there. But we don't know what the combination is yet. Okay. We'll know what the combination is later. There's a person's hand in that clothing. There's a hand. What? Yeah. Another piece. Don't do anything with that one. I guess those are just part of that. Did we do that one? No. There's a hand in there too. Well, there's a piece in this one. There you are. Oh, there's our pieces. So we're trying to do this lock. We got many more to find. Oh, there's the code. Moon Mountain Crown? Moon Mountain Crown? Let's call it Moon Mountain Crown. Moon Mountain Crown. Where was that at? Up here. Okay. Moon. Oh. Mountain and crown. There's a piece. Oh, it came undone. Ooh, we got a hand. Nice. I think we're done in the laundromat. Cool. Let's see. Interesting. No. Library. Uh-oh. There's a rib cage. We need a rib cage. Ooh. We need one more pointy thing. And we need two things down there. This is so weird. Oh. There it is. That's so cool. Oh, there's that piece. One of them. And we need more to get the rib cage. Where will it be? Will it be in the flowers? Bird. Make sure there's nothing else we need in here. I think that's all we needed in there was the bird. Okay. Oh. We gotta find 3 babies. Or no, I'm just gonna put the 1 baby in there. Ooh. What do we do with those? No clue. Oh, it's a game cartridge. Cool beans. I don't know. Okay. Now what? No! We gotta get them all in the circle. Oh, jeez. There we go. Oh my gosh. Hmm. Well then. Oh, I had it and then I messed it up. Oh, it goes slower at times? Maybe if you're not like pushing it a whole bunch. There we go. Yay! Now we can get our rib cage. Good job. We visited the library. Oh. So we're gonna have to put these on in a certain order. Okay. Someone else's place. Do I need these guys? Ooh. What am I trying to do? Fill up the thingamajiggies. Okay. I don't know. No! There. Maybe. We're just making a mess. Oh. Okay. What does this do? Oh, I can move them. And they turn into berries? Huh. Another buggy piece. Oh, we gotta put it together. Now we get the whole bug. Weird. Cool, it is like an armband thingy. Oh, you got a first piece of an organ. What did we skip though? Like we skipped something. Maybe just at the beginning of the pocket. I don't know that we skipped anything in here, really. I think we finished this. No, we never knew what to do with this. I don't know. So we finished that. Then we finished that. And we finished that. At least we thought we did. Oh, we'll keep going. Antique shop. Looks like blueberries. Huh. What are we trying to do here? I don't know what pattern. So we gotta come back because I don't know what pattern goes there. Hi, bunny. What is this a picture of? I feel like that's a back leg. And that's a back leg. Is there a front part of that beak thingy? Is the arrow so trying to show us something too? And Nick Dothy, what's good? I mean, it's Sunday. Relaxing and chilling is good. That's a bunny looking thing. I don't know, some kind of bunny looking creature thing? Okay, so it's gonna go first. There we go. Nice. Oh. We gotta take the arrows out. There we go. Oh, now we have paint? Oh, that's what we couldn't figure out earlier was the canvas one, remember? We didn't know what we were supposed to paint. And there's a flower. So we need 2 more flowers, another bug, and then... There's a snail inside that thing's body. The needle. Strawberry. Oh, there's a thing. There's a combination for that one. That one we can't open until we get the combination lock for it. Huh. Oh, geez. This one looks tough. It does not look right. How are you supposed to line this up? Holy cow. I think it's that one. Maybe it is lined up? Nico, welcome Dash, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing awesome. Oh, there you go. So that one's lined up. That one is still not lined up because the bottom part isn't. Wait. There we go. Maybe? No. Is that lined up? I think so. Now it's just this top one. Right there, maybe? No. There you go. Oh. Oh. The other bug. Interesting. One of our combination pieces. I don't know where the needle goes, though. Oh, there's a sewing thing down here, maybe. This looks like another combination. Oh. How do we do this? To here. To there. Maybe? Oh, refresh. And that one to that one? No. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe that works. There's the flower. Speaky. And then we got one more flower we have to find. I thought we did everything here, though. Did we talk to her? Yeah. Maybe. other flowers in the combination lock thingy. So we have another lock thingy to find. Where is that gonna be at? It wasn't here. Was it here? Do we click on everything though? Oh, we just saw that pattern somewhere, didn't we? It's the sewing pattern. Gosh, how am I gonna remember this? Is this the sewing pattern thing the same thing as that pattern in the other place? I'm gonna take a snip tool shot of this because I think this is what I need. And I'm not gonna remember it without looking at it and holding it. I forgot about the people in the bottle though. It was, hold on. I don't think this is it because it was moon and spiky thing and I don't think that is this. Because they don't match. I don't know. Oh. I don't know what it was, but we just did it. I don't know. I don't know. But we did it. And there's a picture. Oh, that's the organs we needed. So yeah, I feel like we missed some bones already because we're already on to organs. What do you think? What is that? Gumball machine. Ooh, oh, need more coins. Who gave us coins before? It was a bird, right? I don't know. I think he's done though. Hmm. He's done. Got the bone. So I think it shows you like when it's done. It shows you what you got from it. See, we got the tooth from there. We got the bone from there. That was the bakery. It says tooth again. Art studio. We did not finish the art studio. I know we didn't because we couldn't figure out what the heck we were supposed to draw. Although there's 50 million plants here. But we couldn't figure out how to use whatever this is. It would be the art studio that would stump me, you know. Yeah, we never achieved anything for that. What are we supposed to draw? Is it one of the things we need? We're not drawing hips or a foot. But we need a foot. Do we need to make a foot painting? Oh my gosh, I don't know. There's a foot. There's no clue here. I feel like this is by far the hardest one. We're supposed to earn something here. And we're supposed to do it via just this. I don't know. I mean, there's a plant hanging there that uses 3 colors. Guess we just have to come back to it. How did you get past the last painting one? The same method? No, I just went backwards to the same painting one. I never finished the painting one. That was the problem, was I never solved it, so I went back to see if I could figure out why. And I couldn't figure it out. Museum. So kind of just moving forward, but eventually I'm gonna have to figure it out. Open at 3:55. Okay. Huh. How do we want to know when it's 3:55? And there's coins that we need. Oh geez, we never solved this one either. Hmm. I don't know how we're supposed to know what that combination's supposed to be. Oh. There's 3:55. Now we can go back to the museum. We made it 3:55. Maybe not exactly. Oh, 55. Maybe we weren't close enough. Hi, water. Thank you for the drink water. Have you seen this game played before? Ooh, there's a feather. Oh, there's a coin. Can I get the feather out now? There's the coins we needed. For the machine. Oh, geez. Ants. Oh my god. Of course, Manu and no, ma'am. I have no idea what this game is. What ants? We gotta do something here. I'm not sure what the goal is, but... I have no idea what the goal is of this puzzle. They're just gonna follow me. Okay. Is the goal to get rid of the ants? Maybe? I'm trying to make them go away. What happened to the old background, if you don't mind me asking? You used to have your paintings? I had to move again. So I'm still setting up my new studio. Come on, ants. We want you to disappear. We don't want any ants on the screen. How do I make them go away? I'm not having any luck making them all go away. There we go. Go away. Go away, ants. Go away. Moving is a lot of work. Trust me. Yeah, I had to move 2 times in the past 2 months. So it's been rough. Okay, so we get rid of all the ants. Now what? I don't think we accomplished anything. I don't know what the goal was. Anyway. We'll come back to that one. Museum still says 3:55. And we changed the clock. I hope so too. Not for a while would be great. She had the combinations. We did that one. Coffee shop had the bone. The art studio we didn't know what to do with. Stranger's apartment, we did that one. And I feel like we finished that one. I'm pretty sure we got something for it. So now we're off to the museum at 3:55. So we changed the time to 3:55, but maybe we have to do it again? It just won't stay at 3:55? And this one we gotta figure out what order they do these. But I don't know. No clue what order these are supposed to be on here in. I mean, maybe there's supposed to be a pattern? I just really can't see a pattern. And there's like extra. Is it based on symbols I've seen before in the game? Or maybe they all have to end up at the... Oh, I wonder if it's a height thing. Like before, like it has to be a straight line based on height. That one would be too long. Or maybe it isn't a straight line based on height. Hello, you said BRB. Okay. Hmm. Maybe they all have to be like cones? No clue. Oh, we didn't see this here before. Is that in the alley? That's the gutter thingy. It takes coins too. Makes me wonder how many things we haven't clicked on between scenes. We did the phone. Hmm. Hmm. See, we first saw the plant in the pocket theory. That was also in the art studio. Oh, we never did figure out what these are for yet. That one we don't know. But it doesn't reset either. That one resets. Momo! Yeah, how are you? I'm back making any progress, Momo? Yeah, I actually am. I'm kind of stumped at the minute, though. I've gotten quite a bit completed. I've gotten everything but this and this for the bones done. And then for the organs, I have 2 of them already. A bit spooked by a quest to Hogwarts Legacy? Oh no, and then I was playing a spooky game. I never did figure out what I was supposed to do in the art studios. This part isn't complete. Because I have no clue what I'm supposed to do in here. I just managed to bug it too. Well, it's a Halloween quest I don't play yet, I think. So I had to off F4. Oh no. I just don't know what this stuff is on the table, and I'm an artist, so I have no idea what that stuff is, and I don't know what I'm supposed to draw. I don't know. This baffles me though. Maybe you don't have to complete that one. You just wonder how long it is since you're stuck in there now? No. And then this drippy thing needs coins. And I have no coins right now, so I don't know where to get those from. And the clock is supposed to set to 3:55, I think. But if I write 355 in the art studio, I don't know. The brush is too big. At least I think that's where they got it. Hmm. We did that. We got a coin out of there before. Oh, looks like I can't go past there. Wait, there's a painting in the museum. It just says open at 3:55. And we tried changing the time. So I'm just like clicking on everything because I'm not sure. In this necklace, I don't know what order to put in. I haven't seen any clues for this. Oh, wait. Hold on. You said don't think I saw any clues. So it looks like there's quite a bit more to the game. I'm just stuck. Like, is there anything in these bottles? And this one we finished before. At least we think we have. Maybe I need to do each one. Yeah, it doesn't do anything in that one. I'm pretty sure we completed this one. And then you would... And the only reason I think that one's done too is because when you click on it, it shows you the bone, which means you completed it. That one shows you the tooth. The bakery also shows you a tooth though, which is confusing. But I completed all that. Oh, maybe it has to say it on this clock, 3:55. Does this one always say 10? I think it always says 10 on that one. Need more coins, Mr. Bird. You're at book 5. Oh, nice. I have not got back to it since I had company this weekend. I feel like I'm stuck. Maybe. Maybe just hit like continue again to see if it resets something. Yeah. See, I don't think there's anything I'm supposed to click on once I set it to 3:55. You actually have to open it at 3:55 in real life? I wouldn't think so. Right. And then I need more coins. And I have not figured out this. I feel like I'm missing something like big right in front of my nose. And I don't know what it is. And I don't really want to YouTube it if I don't have to, you know? Hmm. Because he's done. I don't see anything else I can click on. This might be it for now, though. Maybe there's a pic somewhere with the necklace? Maybe. But right now, I'm like, And everything takes my coins. That's a good idea. There might be a picture somewhere on a wall with a necklace. That would be kind of cool. It's not there. And this one, I wasn't ever sure if I actually solved it either. Because I just felt like I slid them all and they just appeared. It's kind of cool. I could make them like, oh, maybe you gotta fade it. You're special. You accidentally muted stream and you thought I was just very silent. Yeah, I'm just super quiet. Alright, but we're gonna keep looking for a picture, like you said. They may have... It does change time. It says 10:32 on there now. No, but that's for IRL time. It was just putting the little stars in there. Yeah, I had big screen when I was talking to you. There's not much to see right now because I can't figure it out. I'm like, It's like the art studio is not finished and I don't know what I'm supposed to paint. There's like nothing in here to click on. And no clue as to what you're supposed to draw. By the way, is there a pic on the wall for the necklace? No, I've been looking. I did take your advice on that, and I've been looking. I haven't seen one, though. We'll check the coffee shop again. Mm-hmm. Gumballs, yeah, we solved that. We solved this one. That didn't open. We solved all the things in here. There was a combination there. We got that combination. We played the game. We did all the things in here. This pick someone else's place. We solved the berry puzzle. We did that. Yeah, and that's the person that has the necklace that we're trying to put stuff on. And then we need to find a coin for this. And the museum we can't enter until 3:55, but I don't know how to trigger that. And so now I feel like I'm stuck. Yeah, the clock on the street doesn't change it. I've tried multiple times to change the clock on the street to 3:55. And when I change it to 3:55, it still doesn't open. I got it at 3:55. But also this clock doesn't do anything. So I'm wondering if it has to be a certain time to trigger something on this clock as well. So yeah, a couple mysteries. I'm kind of stuck with a couple mysteries. What to paint on the canvas, how to get 2 more coins for that pipe, and how to get into the museum, and what solves her necklace. And I feel like they're connected, of course, but I don't know what I've missed. I feel like I thoroughly went through every part of the game. I feel like last time I played something like this and it went wrong, it was actually the game didn't like my computer for some reason. It wasn't generating everything it was supposed to. I was like, so then I'm like, is it overly like dependent on things I've seen? Like, we've seen a moon. We've seen that shape. Like, we may have just seen that shape in the flowers. If that's a feather, then yes. Maybe it's weather types. Could be, and the leaf would be like fall though, or green. Earth, fire. I don't know. Because there's not enough similarities, because I thought of that too. I was like, then I thought of like gemstones or metals. No. None of them are second place. And it starts off just like, you know, this. And there's no like reset button for this either. So I'm not sure. And I've tried looking around like on the street. The closest thing I can see is like this pointy thing. Kind of reminds me of a thing. Verb. Yeah, we've already messed with Burb. He's done. We got a coin from him. The birds have been giving us coins, but we're like one burb short, and I don't know where the other burb is. It could be in the museum. I've entered every place but the museum because it won't let me. And this ant puzzle, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I release these ants. They're very peculiar. I tried that. I made them all leave. And then it just didn't do anything. Then there just wasn't any ants. I don't know, maybe. Maybe I didn't leave it long enough to see if it makes a picture? It's about patience. I have no patience at this point. But most puzzles in general so far have been fairly simple and easy, so I feel like if I'm overthinking it, then it's not the answer. Because everything's been really easy so far. Except for like one. It's like nothing was overly complicated. They just seem to march in a circle no matter what point I'm at on the screen. And if I go off the screen, then they'll eventually all go off the screen too. I just gotta go to like a corner. And they'll all disappear. And once they're all gone, nothing happens. Maybe? It's like they're starting to come back. It just follows your mouse. Makes me want to go look at the achievements now, though, to see if there's like pattern in the achievements. Who knows? Wait, I got the artist achievement. So that must be complete. Maybe? My achievements. I've only earned 2. One was in the art thing and one was in the bakery. Two of 7. I think I know what happened. Okay. Okay, so we're at the clock. Oh, it might be. I didn't think about that. I think you're right. Yep, because it wasn't quite 4. You were right. Dang hands on a clock. You're so good. Now we can find that dang necklace. We'll be doing good. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. This one's weird. I'll just push all the buttons. When I click on them, they don't move. Oh no, we'll come back to that one real quick. Oh, I didn't mean to leave. So we need some stars. Where are stars? An umbrella. Yay! Okay, so we got an umbrella. Oh, there's the clue for that. 1 down, 3 up. Okay, so first clue was 1 down, 3 up. Alright, we found that clue. Oh, he needs the umbrella. There's a star. There's the heart. That's our heart that we need. We need our heart. Could I use this? Nope, not yet. Oh, there's the pattern for the other thing. So 2 across, 1 up, 2. So backwards Z or nest or whatever. There's another one. Okay. And oh, it has to match. Oh, I see. Match the shape. That's weird. Are we sure? Because that doesn't make no sense. There's that. That makes no sense that those are both triangles. We're gonna ignore that. Pretend we know what we're doing. Oh, that's part of a hip. Oh, okay. I can't move that. Oh, once you get them in the right spot, they don't move. There it is. It didn't give me anything though. Oh, because I'm still missing a whole leg. I'm missing a leg. That's why. Need one more star. Bunny? Bunny? Oh. Give me that. And we got the piece from that one. There's no piece in that one. That one we already got the piece from. The umbrella from. These guys just had the clue. Maybe they're... I thought for sure that's how they go. Because they won't let you slide them any other way. Oh, there you go. And then the star. Nope, wrong one. Star. Give me a hammer. What do I do with the hammer? Oh, break the case. Oh, of course. Smash it and get my heart. See, that's how things should work. See, most of the game is pretty straightforward and kind of easy to figure out. unlocked a new area. The pub. Oh, this is gonna help me with the necklace, I bet. Maybe. See, the snake was on the necklace. The mushroom, the moon. Maybe they're just similar. But I gotta figure out what to put in this person's drink. I don't know. Somebody's gonna tell me what to put in their drink. And then... Pokeball, Ultra Catch, Giraffe. Aw, little doggo. You look so sad, doggo. Ooh, that's a clue. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know, it's like 1, 2... They're like in order. One, two, three, four, five. There's 7 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 of those and 9 of those, right? I don't know. Yay, Mama caught it. We'll come back to that one. Aww. Okay, so she's doing something with her hair. These are getting harder. Rapunzel, yeah. Oh, God. Hmm. Dominoes. Yeah, maybe she does want a hairband. It just doesn't make sense right there. It's like it would have to be... Oh, okay. Like that? I feel like I don't know how to play. No, we wanted to go the other way. It's not gonna flip. Can you click it or flip it? That's what I was wondering. I was like, I want to flip it. But there's no other arrow that points down, so... Yeah, the connecting should match. Even in the direction, like up and down and all that. Like that. Yeah, we're just gonna do it. There we go. This is making more sense. Maybe. Aha. Hmm. I'm just... You can't see all the pieces? Oh, because of my face? Let's see. There. Now you should be able to see what I see, at least for the moment. Oh, that's not the same. Hmm. That's just gonna make it go like that. At the beginning, yeah. See, I can't change that. It's technically the same piece. Can I rotate it? There's another one possible for the bottom? Oh, yeah. You're right. I wish it would let me rotate them, but it won't. That's the part that's confusing. Oh, I don't have to use them all either. Triangle, 3-dot. Nope, 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 nope. I feel like the arrows throw me off, right? Does the arrows throw anybody else off? Like, and then I don't feel like you're allowed to do this. Or not that, but this. Wait, the dual green one left, the green one red right on the bottom with no houses. The one you have on top now. The one I have on top now, drag to the bottom left. No. You said drag the one I had it to the top to the bottom left. The dull green? You're holding it. I don't know. I don't know. There we go. That's starting to make sense. Until I get to here, and then I don't know what to do. Who knows? Maybe you're onto something. I think I just hit a dead end is what I hit, but yeah. I'm trying to type too fast. I know. Reset. All the puzzles. Killing fish now. Yo. Go eat something, man. Oh, there's something. A clue. Alright, we're gonna come back to those puzzle pieces. We never did figure out what to do with Rapunzel's hair either. She just need a hair tie or something. Bloody meow meow. Hiya mods and chats. Solve the fish puzzle or scissors. Oh, here's a code, which is we got part of it right there. So we gotta come back to get the code. That one we had no clue. I don't think we've technically solved it though. It looks like it's solved, but I don't think we have. Oh, here's part of that. Oh, part of that is a 3. Oh, maybe you're right. The scissors to cut her hair. More of that weird pile of art stuff that I don't know what is. Oh, I didn't mean to go all the way out. Wait, what? We have to use our brains? Yeah, it's more complicated than I want it to be, too. I think it's just getting more difficult because we're getting further along. There. Don't cut your hair off. She's cutting her hair off. Okay. 32 something? What? It's the weekend and forcing brains? Oh wow, savage. Triangle, circle, rectangle. Oh god, another one that we don't know the pattern too. I feel like we gotta line them up somehow. I don't know. Maybe it's just line up the 3 dots? Oh, and it has to be right. Oh, never mind. I think I know now. Maybe it's right here. Circle. There we go. There we go. It was not what it originally looked like, for sure. No. Rain usage. Ah, tell me about it. Tell me about it. This one is hurting my head though, bloody. This one is too much. Ah, we have to solve it. Or did we solve it by accident and not even notice? Because the piece was sitting there. Oh my gosh, I feel like we solved it and didn't even know we solved it. That's even worse. That's even worse. Just saying. I don't even know how we solved it, when we solved it, but we had the piece sitting there the whole time. I'm pretty sure we solved it by accident and just didn't even know we solved it. It's just like, whatever. I don't know. I don't know, but we got the piece. We don't have to do any more with that one. Oh, I don't know how we did that. I don't know how we got that and did that. Crown? He just threw up a crown. And all the pieces flew back out again. I put his kibble back in the bowl. Oh, we still have to find another piece of paper though. Is it just 3 and then slide? No. Three something something. Where's the other piece of paper at though? Oh, does the crown go on her? No? He gave us the crown, but I don't know where it goes. Maybe we didn't finish this. Yeah, bottom's wrong, you're right. No, it won't rotate, so I don't know. I mean, technically it's right until we face it that way. Does that make it wrong? Change the house. Which one's the house? The weird green. This is house. Ouch! Stop! Okay, I stopped. Move the horizontal one to the left. Now get the top right in the green field and put it on the other spot. This one? Now get the top right in the green field and put it on the other spot. This one? Whew. So far, so good. It's still not right, though. Okay, leave the bottom like this. Now move the one that's incorrect. This one. There we go. We did get the other piece. Thank you, Momo. We would not have completed it without Momo. Momo's so smart. So 3, 2, 5, 1 is what that looks like. We're still missing a piece somewhere, but yeah, I see 3, 2, 5, 1 as well. And how does this help us any? It's just a picture. Oh, do we put the crown on it? Yeah. That room is complete. That was a lot of work. We never got a reward for that one, though. Oh well. I don't know what goes in here. We missed that somewhere. That one's complete. The pub is not complete. But there's like nothing you can do in here. We're just supposed to know what goes in the drink? I have no clue. God, there's so many of these. Okay, so we needed that piece. We need a person. Okay, that's the same one. Okay. Carrot. There's like patterns. And I gotta figure out which piece to move first. That one. Then I can move a little bottle. There we go. There's a pattern right there too for the clipboard. This game is nicely disturbing. How are you enjoying it? I am enjoying it. It is kind of spoopy and disturbing. Whispers forehead sweat. Thank you, Momo. You are appreciated. Okay, so oh God. Okay. There we go. Cute. Okay, so we finished the pub. See, it shows you finished them. That's the market. Stranger's apartment. Oh, geez. There's ants everywhere. Is this secluded? It's like before? Mm-hmm. I don't think we do anything here yet. We picked up a tool. Gosh, do we just like grab ants and put them in the bowl? We're pulling ants out of the sky and putting them in the bowl. I don't know. Oh God, it worked. Okay, that worked, oddly enough. Let's see. Oh. Wow. I want to do something with the hair. One more to find. Okay. Oh, the one thing told us where to put them. There's different pictures that say where to put it. That one, you're putting one right there. Okay. So one goes there. Didn't we see other pictures? Where were the other pictures at? Oh, right here on the wall. One goes right here. And then there had to be one more place that had a clue with a picture. Not here. There it is, the second one. Oh, I didn't mean to leave. Look at that. We have squishy brain. First row, 2 in. Yeah. We have squishy brain. Alright, so we did the market. That's done. We did the stranger's apartment. That's done. This one's done. The pub is not done, and I don't know why. We didn't get any clues yet to the pub, did we? Yeah, the pub is just like the necklace one. I have no freaking clue. Real life brain size freaky. Restaurant. Okay, let's go to the restaurant. There's a moon. There's a symbol and a button. So we gotta remember that symbol in the can. So symbol, moon. See, the moon makes me think the moon has to be on that lady's necklace or in the pub. Drink. Because there's the moon right there. There's not another one? Hmm. One, two, three, four, 5. No, that's 6. No, that's 6. But then there's an extra 2. Oh, this is another one of those odd ones. Alright, chat. Use your brain power. What do you think? What can I do? I don't know. Need puzzle big though? Yeah, I know. Ugh. Can't do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 because there's not 2 3s. There's only 1 3. There's 3 2s and 2 1s and 2 6s. Can you move them to the top? Like out of the way? No. Hi, welcome. So yeah, like I'll put myself on the bat because I feel like I'm in the way. Maybe they need to be equal sums. Oh, that's a good idea. Like each row has to equal the same amount. Is your Evie still there? Evie is in the other room. Welcome. You like that idea that they need to equal what? What do they need to equal though? 10? I don't know. I'll get that from you one day. Your Evie is safe from all of us. Yeah. Look at his eyes. Maybe that's a clue. Maybe. Can't click on him. Oh, the button goes to another thing. How are all your kitties, Kimono? They're doing okay when I get to see them. Oh my god, the button went on his eye. What the heck? How'd you know? I need another button. You're right. I can't do anything until I get another button. So that's him hanging on the wall there. Hacks, right? I'm so confused right now. It's just gonna keep showing the same hand. It doesn't show you individual hands. Do you think all equal 9? Okay. Easy gave me the clue with the 3 stitches, haha, then I saw the button. Let's see. That was the moon. See, and there's more symbols floating around. Like, you can't have it. Some pieces. Do we just put them in the bowl? Oh, they have to be part of the wall or something? Is it a puzzle? No, not really. Maybe. There. Whoop. That one goes there. That one goes there. And the last piece, where are you at? There it is. Where did that go? Make the crown. I just finished 2. Need some breather breaks though. Okay, so we did that. And where does that go? I don't remember. Kimono, you should play the Da Vinci Code games. They are what I do, and you would love them. We had got a piece from there. That's gonna have nothing to do with that. Whee! Keep moving my face. I try to be out of the way. I have no idea where that thing goes, and I did not find another button yet. He doesn't want to give it up yet. No, you can't have it. And there are symbols everywhere. So you start with 3. So that's fine. And they each have to equal 9, is what you were saying? Not sure. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't adding up. That's the only problem. Oh. Shake cans. Wait, Mono. Could the bottles be the color on the last screen? What color? This one? We already did that. I might have to come back to this one. More things that need coins. I don't know how to keep coins. I'm still behind on the coins from previous ones. Oh gosh. Oh, that's what goes in the drink. A dragonfly, flower, snake, and orange. Okay. You guys got that right. That's what goes in the drink at the bar. Yay! Now there's a key. And a puzzle. And we need some more of the circles. You already forgot. Jeez, look at his arms. No. No. I hate these things. Hmm. I almost spit out my teeth. No. Oh, I'm blocking it. You guys can't even see it. There we go. I was like, no, I hate these things so much. That one almost made it. There we go. Why was that one so easy? Jeez. Because it was just horizontal, yeah. I feel like this needs to go on his arm or something. There's clues everywhere. I don't know. S diamond triangle. I don't like all the clues laying around. Bugs. Why does it move in his head? Oh, there we go. There we go. So crazy. Bug in the eye. Yep. I guess that was just him. So we're missing a bug to get the key. Where's the other bug? I didn't see any other bug. Did you see a circle thing anywhere? Posture check. Thank you. And drink water. Gosh. Oh, golly jeever. Let's see. All right, so we need one more bug. It's gotta be in here. There's gotta be a bug in here. Is it in his pocket? There's a thing in the alley now. He's got a coin! Thank God. It's so hard to get coins. That means I can go back to the one I missed that I needed a coin for. Which one was it? Oh, the leaking pipe. I don't know what I'm looking for. There's like little things right there. You're looking for me? Yeah. 6 a.m. I should be sleepy. Gonna do long goodbye now, but lurk on phone a bit. Good night, Kimono. Long goodbye. Don't leave me! Gotta finish this thing. It'd be cool to finish it in one night, but you got this. Mama, I can't do it without you. So yeah, but now that's unlocked and I can go in there anytime and look and not know why I'm in here. But yeah, then it's a fish tank and there's like little clues right there, I think, maybe. And then I still back to the only thing I remember seeing is like, I saw that and I saw that. And I've seen that shape. I don't know. And then 50 million ants. No clue what that does. Instantly synced? So we're done with him. The cake we never figured anything out with. Nothing does anything. It just lets you move things and it's like clues for other things, I think. We're looking for silver things. And a bug. We need that bug. So we can get the key. We already did that one. And we did this. We popped all the balloons. And then those didn't do anything. Okay, stranger's apartment we did. Market we did. Restaurant. We can go back in here, but I don't think... We didn't finish this one. This one has the bat thing we were struggling with. And we got the little hat thing that we didn't know what to do with. See, I don't know where this is supposed to go. Maybe in a bottle? Oh, it does. Oh, it goes in the bottle. Look at that. Now there's a frog. Did he go in the can? No. Mm-mm. He goes on the card. Yes. There's another button. There's a 4. We're getting closer, Momo. That, yep. Oh, there's the totals. Okay, that makes life easier. That makes life a little easier. Although I still don't feel like mathing, but okay. Yep. There's my problem. Let's see. Is that 12? No. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7, 1, 6. Last one. First one. Okay. 6. There we go. I gotta keep moving my body out of the way. Now we have a snake. Like, I don't know what to do with a snake. Nailed it. Do you need a sneaky? I'm gonna need a sneaky? Do you need a sneaky? No. Do you need a sneaky? I'm pretty sure that one's done. That one's done. That one's done because we put it on the playing card. That one's done. So what does he have to do with this snake that he won't give me the thing? 8. Wait. Is that an 8? Or 2 dots? We haven't been able to do anything with him. Oh well. Welcome, Turtle! Because that's the organ you're trying to get. That means there's still something else I gotta do before he'll give me that organ for my bag. This one. he has it and he don't want to give it to me yet because I got to do something with this snake and I don't know what. But welcome, Turtle. Thank you. He needs his ear stitched, yeah. But I don't know how. I haven't found that piece of wood. There's like nothing else in this room. That's the problem that I see. And these guys are done because it was the playing cards. Oh no, it isn't done. There's a turtle. There, I didn't see it reveal the new card. There it is. I didn't see it move when I put the frog down. Now he'll give me the organ. Yay! I guess it's like a kidney or something. Look how close we are. That's a pain in the butt one. So close. We have solved that one. Post office. 8 and Jadeite. And then there's another blackberry. And blueberries. Packages. That one has a keyhole. So we need a key. I'm missing some light bulbs. Oh, that's the hips we need. Once we fill that up, we get the hip bones. Another clock. God. Yeah. Oh, it didn't give us anything. There it goes. I was like, I'm clicking. And it's gonna be a pattern. Do we just have to fit them all on here? Just a puzzle? I feel like it's just a puzzle. There's a key! Level. $8302. Oh, that's important. We gotta change it. We just don't know what we're changing it to yet. Oh, that's what we're changing it to right there. Password. 4283. Got it? You remember that? 4283, Momo. Four, 2, 9, 6. Aww. Aww. We already helped him. Oh, there's a tooth thingy. A light bulb. So what didn't we do in here? Did that. We did that. Oh, we didn't do this one. Ah. Mm-hmm. Orange, orange. Hmm. No, it has to be that one. Orange, green circle. Maybe circle green. I don't know. Then we have too many oranges. Line up the wall first. Or do the corners first. That would be smart. We'll do the corners first. Then we'll go from there. Can't do a circle, circle, because we don't have one of those. So one of these is an imposter. We're going to say it's this one. And that one, triangle, circle, orange. Is there an orange with a top on the bottom? No, there's not. You can't do orange with top on the bottom, so that one has to be imposter. 3 oranges, no. There we go. Yay! You broke it, how dare? Alright, just that one organ left. Then we can finish building our partner. See, that's post office is done. Okay. I need coins again. There are no coins. Coins are the hardest things to find in this game, I swear. That's 2 machines that need coins. So we finished that. We finished that. We still didn't finish the pub because we need that spider that we couldn't find. That bug. We didn't find a bug. We're missing a bug. We need a bug. Oh, I think I had to do... Wait. Okay. I get this now. This is something I had to finish it with 2 pieces. I only get 2. And I have to finish the whole thing. There. Okay. Now I have to finish this. Oh, that's where we saw that pattern somewhere. Where did we see that pattern? We saw it. Was it on his arm? No. It was on the cake. There it is. Triangle, octagon, or diamond, octagon, triangle. There we go. That thing. Now, where was I just at? There's my bug. There's my key. And then where did we turn in the key at? Not here. Here. Hey, okay. What is this? Science lab. Uh-oh. We get to assemble the body? We get to make my partner in life? Are you ready to build the body? Yes. Let's build the body, guys. Oh, let me move. Oh, I think I shifted the game a little bit in all my excitement here. Are we ready to build the body? Let's build the body. Ooh, full set. Collect all bones and organs. There's a key? It's crying. It's crying. Or what is our goal? Did we just catch all the tears? Oh, never mind. Duh. That was going in. She's the ribs. Oh, there's bugs. Okay. Oh, we're missing a finger. Cutie fly appeared. I'll catch the cutie fly. Alright, it's my camera buzzing. There. Mm-hmm. Building my life partner 101. Let's go. We'll do the heart last. There's a fishy. Fishies in the body. This is so weird and morbid. Shane has to love this. Brain. Yeah, that looks like my brain. There was a piece missing in the brain, so we used to fish. Shoelaces grew strawberries? Oh. Strawberries from the feet. Perfect. What everybody needs. You heard me, Shay, didn't you? Oh god, now there's a puzzle. This is the test from all this time. I don't know. Okay. That one didn't do anything. They're like, what symbols have you seen before? Probably. There, I don't know. Bunch of dead flowers, that's what I've seen. And horseshoes. This just got so messed up. Alright, we're gonna build this leg bone. Oh my god, more symbols. Oh! Now I gotta fix the symbols of pieces that are missing. There we go. I see it. Oh, it's this one. And then this one goes where? One of those moon-shaped thingies. There it is. If you would ever play Hogwarts Legacy KimonoKat, it would be a perfect October game, especially the side quest me and Momo are talking about earlier. It sounds like y'all are having a hard time. I would have never gotten this. A bedroom? Oh, so just make my room. My art easel. That looks like pizza. It's not, though. No, you put that on there. There you go. That's my house. It was too scary for me all alone. I was happy Mono was on. VC I was in all left home. Another bone. Capsules. The things, stuffs. All the medicine to fix the tooth. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we can water it. Oh, geez. I gotta cut the flowers. Oh, out of this cloth. There, now I gotta leave. Because hip bones eat leaves. You guys know it. Hip bones need leaves. Oh, come on, camera. It's just so dark in here. I want it dark, but my camera keeps... I told it not to autofocus and to stay focused, and it's completely ignoring me. So, that's a thing. There's a bird and worms in the lungs. So I gotta put worms in the lungs? Oh, this is weird. Move your wing. Give me the other worm. There it is. Peace out, Mono and Kitty Cats. I'm out. Need sleep. I hope you beat the game and please get the Da Vinci Code used. They are so long along the lines of this problem solving stuff and you would like it. Nice. Let's see. Okay, now the heart. We're almost done building the body. Gotta plug it in. Frankenstein. Need electricity. Okay. We can get that heart pumping. Alright, now we got a handy dandy basket. Let's see if the body comes together now. Oh. There's flesh. A microscope. Yeah, oh yeah, put these two together. That one together, and that one together. What is that? I don't even know. Okay. Put that piece there. Oh, the poor thing. Oh, its eyes lit up. Its eyes are glowing. See, the eyes are glowing. Well, they were for like 2 seconds. See, eyes are glowing. Alright, gotta move my face out of the way again. Record player, let's play the music! pictures. I'm not alone. I have a partner in life. Ta-da! Okay, do I stir the stick? Do I do anything? I feel like, oh, I gotta put my lime on my glass. There we go. If I can figure out how to do it. There. GG's. Aww, now I have pictures of the whole process. Aww, they're so cute. Oh, cuddly on a sofa. Oh, now they're playing video games. Yes. They're playing video games. Look, guys. They get controllers in their hands. Yeah. Oh, wait. What? I made them cuddle. It's so cute. They got their little margaritas. Woohoo! Go girl. And lots of photos together. Oh. The happy little house. So there's a couple little things I didn't finish in the game, but it's still over. It's great. It's so cute. There was two coin activities and the necklace thing. So I'm sure there's more achievements I could go back. The game is like psych every time you think you're done, you know? Playtesting. It's so cool. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I did. I really did. I enjoyed it too, Mitch. So yeah, I know there's achievements I did not get. It was interesting. It was a nice change of pace. And honestly, you know what the oddest thing about all this is I don't like puzzle games. But I liked this one for some reason. This one got my attention. I'm really not about puzzle games, but I something made me want to play this one. Oh, now I feel like I can turn on some light in here or something if I can find a light thingy. It's probably gonna look terrible. It just seems so dark in here. We need light. Help me. Good night, all. Oh well, we'll turn on the light next time. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Dreams. Thank you, everyone lurking and listening for being here. This was a fun little game. I hope you enjoyed it, guys. Shane, I beat a game. Horrible. I'm terrible. I beat a game, guys. That's because most of the games I play don't really have endings. Let's be real. Yo, what's up? Welcome. But yes, it made me happy. A wild horsey appeared. Poke catch horsey if you want the horsey guy. So, yeah. This was a fun, comfy, cozy Sunday game. I really did not intend to stream till 1 in the morning. I thought I was going to stream like 2 hours and then be done. But I just couldn't stop playing. Yeah, I'm off tomorrow, thank God. Aww. So cool. Okay, so I got some achievements. I got thanks for your time was the last one. I got right timing, full set, baker, and artist. So I've got 5 achievements out of 7. So there was 2 I did not get. There was 2 achievements I did not get. So, and I don't know what they are. But yeah. But welcome to the stream. I hope you got past the ads. Is it Ray? Ray? We're about to end though. We just finished the game. It was so much fun. But you guys are awesome. Thanks for watching me play Birth. I highly recommend it if you like puzzle games or if you just like chill spooky games of problem solving. You know who would absolutely love this game? Jamie would love this game. Just saying, she would totally love this game. But yeah. Good night, all. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being here. And I will catch you guys next time. Good night, humans. I didn't put on cat ears tonight. I didn't do anything. Good night, bye.